So excited.
It's so tiny down there. Okay, we are live. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the March 11th session of JESPA and Jeffco negotiations. We are live from a different room this morning. We are in 4E at the Ed Center, and so it's a little different for us, and hopefully everything goes well. I guess we'll find out afterwards. So we will go ahead and do introductions, and then we will go through the agenda, make any modifications, and then we will turn it over to you all to start. I'm happy to start. My name is Amanda Perazio. I am the Chief Human Resources Officer, and we're going to go to the right to Mark.
Right. Good morning, Mark Strelo. I'm the Director of Custodial Services.
I'm Mike Jans, Director of Fleet Services.
Brandon Root, Dispatch Manager.
Tanya Fuller, I'm an ECIP at Elementary, and I'm the Vice President of the JCPK for Preschool.
Sarah Smith, JCPK, Preschool.
Nikki Saunders, Health Tech at Seacrest Elementary.
Sandra Kashu, JESPA President and
Darcy Hassler, Paraprofessional and JESPA Bargaining Chair.
Tiffany Bistrom, Paraeducator at Savetsky and Building.
So we had Holly, Director for Early Learning.
Katie Jeter, Director of Resources for Food Service.
Jen Christensen, Director of Labor Relations.
I can hear the nasally sounds in the room, so it does sound like a few people are under the weather. I'm sorry to hear that. I am one of them, so don't come near me. I'm just kidding. Jen and I have both tested negative for all the things, so have no fear. We are not, well, we might be contagious, but we're not intending to be contagious today.
I just sneezed. That is not what Mark.
That was the punctuation.
So our agenda this morning includes counter proposals from JESPA for Articles 9, 10, and 15, caucus time, counter proposals from Jeffco to Articles 2, the new bargaining unit, which I think we are calling the recognition article, and Article 4, we intended to bring the new staffing article back to you. Unfortunately, we just did not get it all ready. And so I had emailed Darcy last night to just say, we'll be able to bring these other three, but we won't be able to bring this one until after spring break. And then additional caucus time, and then agenda setting and joint communication. Are there any amendments that you'd like to make to the agenda? Okay. All right, then if you are ready, I will go ahead and turn it over to you in whichever order you'd like to start.
And just before we start, I want to say that we're more than halfway through. I would hope that we are very close to TAing on what we bring. Maybe not, we'll have to see, but that's our intent.
Yeah.
We just have a few.
Yeah, we were thinking the same thing yesterday, Darcy. One of the things that I think we're struggling with is we don't know what we've agreed to because of all the colors of the language. So if we, at some point, maybe we can go through some of the articles that we are pretty close on, and we're trying to follow a new color each time and make sure that that's what we've agreed to. And so maybe we can either start highlighting or putting notes on things we've agreed to. That might be helpful, because I too feel like we're close on some, and yet all the colors are confusing us a little. So, okay, but I agree with you.
And my only thought would be whatever is shown is there, whatever struck through is struck through, but
Right.
it's just how I look at it.
Yeah.
Everybody has their own. You're in the danger zone there, Tanya, just so you know.
Don't worry, I'm not contagious. It's a
Well, he just sneezed, so kind of like, yeah. You want to go between all of them? It's true.
Sorry, I'm just trying to mute all my other things because I'm going to share my screen. So
That's all right.
So do you want to start with 10 then, or 9?
I'm going to start. I think we're going to do an order.
Okay, let's go to the numbers. Here.
Perfect. We're gonna start with Article 9. We are going to, this is JESPA Echo. We are adding evaluations back into the name, so evaluations and performance management. And going down to 9.3, striking performance evaluations are not a disciplinary action. Disciplinary action is a separate article, Article 10. Got that, should just be covered there. And down to 9.5.3, striking that, the provisions set forth in Article 9.5 shall not be subject to the grievance procedure. And then 9.6, we're going to go ahead and accept those changes that we moved from Article 10. And that's going to strike 9.6.1, 9.6.1. Oh, adding, I'm sorry, that's right. We added, let's go back to, subsequently, the district is committed to ensuring supervisors provide employees with necessary time, opportunity, and job training, feedback to enable them to meet performance expectations and standards. And then 9.6.1, adding there should be sufficient time given to improvements.
And those were just the things that we talked about last time that didn't get transferred over. We're not adding new language. 9.6.1 reorganized a lot of the language, and it just seems that those things happen to be missed. We were interpreting as missed, not striking, based on our discussions at last session. And then the performance improvement plan, the PIP will be issued and will outline a time for expected improvement. And then just down to 9.7, due process and just cause. We have just cause in Article 10, but thought it was important that it sits here in performance management as well. So due process and just cause, employees are entitled to due process and just cause whenever the district exercises its right to manage performance or give notice of performance deficiencies. That was all of the changes for Article.
I think we were very close on that one.
And again, not that we disagree with that as soon as possible, but we're just thinking it's just vague and it will be done and will be timeline. It's not that we're against that as soon as possible, just seemed.
Like no compelling difference.
Any questions right now, or can we move on? All right, so we will shift to Article 10. Right, this is JESPA Delta for Article 10, which we are now calling corrective action. Our first change is 10.1.2.2. We struck through the or in 10.1.2.2 and put and back in there. Yeah, and I just want to give a little bit of context here. Our initial reason and intent for adding this language in there, because the original language was just notified. There was no clear how we're being notified of this. And specific examples here, there have been instances where management has just pulled aside a worker to tell them, okay, not the best practice, I would think. We want to have a record of this notification and email. But we do believe that, going back to kind of what I think, Mark, you were talking about this the last time or the time before, how sometimes these kind of formal emails can be a little bit inhumane. I want to say, people are kind of intimidated by this form letter, right? So we also agree that, we want to have the face-to-face conversation. But there's also this issue with if it's just an email, there are some workers that aren't afforded time during their day to check their emails. And so if there is a timeline or that we have 2 days and a worker doesn't check their email till the night before or the morning of, that's a problem for us because we then don't have the means to represent them. And so to have "and" in there, I think is really important, just to get at that. And we just strongly encourage this just to kind of solve these issues. So we're very much into having that "and" in there. So going down to, I believe, 10.2. Okay, the new 10.2. This is all. All right, so this is employee misconduct, and the changes we're proposing are down into the formal discipline process section. Gone back and forth a bit with this one, and so we're proposing to create a 4th instance and have that be termination. And basically, having the 2nd instance be a final written warning, 3rd instance being suspension without pay. We talked for a little bit about, we want to take away demotion to be like a punitive measure. We think it's more of a performance, so like a performance management tactic, right? To demote somebody because they aren't meeting the needs of the job, so we'll demote them. To have it be punitive seems very punitive, right? It's a loss of pay, potentially loss of hours, which can do severe harm to a worker. And we just don't believe that should be here. We're leaving it in performance. I believe it still exists in performance. But also with this, I think, Amanda, you spoke when you countered this last time of a final written warning. There's no consequence there. We don't agree with that. There is consequence. It's saying the next time you do this, you will be punished. So I think there is a huge consequence to saying this is the last time you're going to tolerate this kind of behavior. So that's why we did that. 10.2, I believe is our next change. So I believe this is the purple is y'all's addition here. We just want to be a little bit more clear about what we're talking about. We struck "is" and said "may be appropriate" for all of these different methods of corrective action. And then down at the bottom there, assault. We want to change it to assault, not injury to a child. Assault has a very clear definition, and it's also part of the Colorado statute. So we just think it's just more clear about what there's an intent to cause serious bodily injury. That's the definition of assault in this instance. So we think that is just a better way to define what we're getting at. That's it. All of our proposed changes.
Sounds like we're pretty close on that one too.
Close on that one too, yeah.
I have people on standby to say anything.
There's one question there, maybe
Yes.
it's more of a conversation, but I want to make sure that we have.
Yes.
With the meeting notification.
Yep.
Because one concern that we have is that when we make contact, when we call somebody, or speak to somebody in person, because I agree 100% in-person conversation, even if it's just a phone call, right, it's more personal. There are times that employee wants to have the meeting right then and there. And so then we haven't given that notice, and we haven't allowed JESPA the opportunity to represent them. Do you have thoughts on how we navigate that? Because for us to then say, well, we're not talking about this right now, right? And we've had a more eloquent way to say it, but that again can be perceived as bullying or intimidating or, whatever the case may be. So in that, with notification, how do we honor the contract language of notice, representation, and give them that personal touch?
And I think just exactly what you said, when you make the phone call and say, hey, we want to have a meeting, understanding that your rights per the contract give you 48 hours to get representation. If you just echo that.
And we can certainly do that, but there are times that the employee doesn't want to hear that. They don't want to spend the 48 hours stressed out about it. They want to rip off a Band-Aid and get this conversation over with. And, I suppose that's their right if they're choosing not to have representation. But if we then proceed with a conversation, we've misstepped. And so I just want to make sure that we're aware of that dynamic.
That's a really good question.
It does.
Write it down.
Discuss it,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just something for us to all be aware of that exists out there.
I mean, to that point, I'm wondering about, because sometimes the supervisor doesn't work in the same location as the person that potentially may be the subject of corrective action. I'm wondering if notified verbally, and maybe we put in person or by phone. When I think about like custodial services, they're spread across 150 sites, if you will. And it might be Mark, it might be Isaac, it might be somebody else who's delivering the corrective action, and they might not be able to get to them in person that day. And so that might be a friendly amendment that we offer when we bring it back, just so you know.
Yep. I'd have to entertain that.
Recorded?
Right.
Real quick.
Oh, sorry.
No,
I lied. We're not.
no. The discipline process, I'm trying to wrap my mind around, like, in practice versus in writing. And, like, while I like the 4 steps, I think part of a due process grievance is us not following the 4 steps, correct? And so what I get nervous about is we have to have now 4 acts of misconduct. Oh, let me back it up. I think not all 4 acts of misconduct are worth terminating somebody over. And I think sometimes 1 or 2 acts of misconduct are worth terminating an employee over. And so I think I struggle. I always liked the flexibility that it allowed the manager administration to pivot in the middle, saying, hey, like step 2 or step 3, this is pretty egregious. This isn't normal, right? We audited time cards and we saw that you stole 180 hours of time this last year. That's a lot of money. That's serious versus somebody forgetting to call their supervisor when they called out sick one day, which might be a policy and SOP violation, might be misconduct, but it's not worth the same weight. And so, well, I like the 4 steps. I just think that we have to be cognizant that there's going to be times where an employee does something that is worth terminating immediately for, and it's not going to follow that then.
I think there's a process laid out in our CBA to give you that power.
Okay.
I'm just reading, up above here.
It's the last sentence.
Yeah, if an offense warrants more serious action, you can move directly to formal discipline. I hear you. And then down, I think it was what y'all added.
No, and I get the serious, like they committed a felony. I get that. It's just that the sentence above says that it can move to the formal discipline process, which is now step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. And in the old CBA, just allowed some flexibility in the middle, right? Like we can suspend. I'll take out the motion. I'm good with that.
Give an example of someone. What kind of misconduct would warrant 4 offenses without, consequence?
Like what you're saying, like what somebody could commit.
Yeah.
That's such a serious thing.
Well, I'm just saying, like you're saying that if there's something that somebody does over and over again, it doesn't actually warrant termination because they've done it 4 times. I'm just curious what kind of.
Well, so I think with misconduct, I think what you end up having is an employee who starts to, like in my experience, I've had an employee where they start to fall apart, right? And each misconduct is different than the last one. And I can tell that they're just trying to get their life back on track. And it's like one thing is stacking on top of the other. And it comes with like a divorce or something serious going on with somebody in their family. And they haven't gone through FMLA, but they're showing up to work late, or they're forgetting to call out when they're calling out. Their life's just falling apart. And there's just multiple different things going on. So each offense by itself, like I personally don't want to terminate over that. I have no desire to. But I also know that I have to keep documenting it, right? Versus, instances where somebody has not committed a felony, not been charged with a serious weapon, but it's something to me, like I think time reporting, like stealing time is one of the worst things we can do. We're in a budget crisis. Last thing we do is have employees get paid and not showing up for work, and they're getting paid for it, right? Now, 1 day, not a big deal. 10 days, it's a big deal. We've had it up to 20 days, right, before, where we've only been able to write a letter of expectation on it. So that being said, is I think that's what I'm talking through, is I just don't want to eliminate the flexibility, because as managers, we do get put in this predicament where it's like, this person got a letter of reprimand, and theirs was, well, still a misconduct issue, was minor. This person was very egregious, but step one is step one. And so that's the only piece that I want to throw out, is by like eliminating those middle, like having that flexibility in the middle, it does create a place where it's, you know, bad employees don't feel it's, that the right recourse is being taken for them, and then good employees feel like every little thing that they're doing is now picked on, right? Like it's examples of taking away that flexibility.
It's not easy. I can't imagine. I don't have to discipline anybody. I don't imagine it's ever easy to do. But what we're trying to get at here too is to kind of remove the subjectivity of it. I think that before, in second instances of misconduct, or I think it was my spot here, yes. So in the second instance with the options, you're saying you like the flexibility of having those options. What I see is employee A commits some misconduct. They receive a suspension without pay. Employee B does the same thing and they get a written warning.
Because it's so issued.
Wish you did, or you know. So we're trying to get away from that in a way where it's more clearly laid out, so you can't discriminate between employees. When, let's say, an employee gets a letter of expectation, right? There's another employee involved in the same, I guess, issue, gets a letter of reprimand. So we need to make sure that if it's equal treatment for people. We're just trying to get at that.
Yeah, and like I said, I think I really agree in the principle of the writing. The in practice is state of year. That's all.
I mean, happy to hear, you know, if you got better, if you have some ideas on how to make it, you know, tighter, then happy to hear it.
I'm confused, forgive me, because I'm not a supervisor. When you're talking about wage theft, people getting paid but not showing up, I'm confused. My paycheck has to be approved, my time has to be approved by two separate people.
Mm-hmm.
Is that not what happens in your department?
No, it does. However, yeah, so I don't want to jump greatly into the weeds, right? But it's, I can't physically go change your time for you, right?
Right.
And then if I come up to you and say, hey, I noticed again this month, oh yeah, sorry, I forgot, and then they go in and change it, then the behavior just repeats itself month after month, year after year. And so when you end up getting into and put size and scope into it, so 95 campus supervisors, one person approving time, right? So with that being said, it just goes into that, yeah, you don't always catch it, and then sometimes you do catch it, like you show up to go, hey, I'm going to go talk to this employee today, and they're not there. You didn't know they're there, so then you're like, oh, let's look into their time approval, or let's look into what their time is. Then the admin says, oh, this is happening every Friday. Great, so then you start digging in a little bit deeper, and that's how you uncover that, well, they haven't put out any sick time or any personal time this year, and according to their admin, they've missed every Friday. We showed up on a Friday, they also weren't there. And so that's how you just kind of uncovers and it balloons into a bigger thing, versus when you approved it, you didn't know they weren't showing up, right? So it's like a weird thing with certain programs. It's a one-off that just happens every month. And most of the time we always do the phone call, hey, did you forget? It's okay, nothing gets issued, right? It gets verbal counseling is all that ever happens. But just saying, there's examples where once you dig into it, and I've had it, I mean, I had it over 20 days that they were gone. And so that's where it gets trickier when it's like, and that was their second offense in that situation. In my situation, I would have went to a final written warning on number 2. We can't have this happen anymore. Like, this is it. And I we've never done a suspension in 10 years. So for me personally, but that's it. Like, those are examples.
Thank you for the
Yeah.
explanation.
Sandra, could you, or whoever's sharing, could you scroll up just a little bit, down, I guess? So in, 10-2-2, you have demotion in there. But prior, you said demotion you felt was more of a performance issue instead of a punitive. And I guess, what are your thoughts about,
I think we just missed that.
and that's okay.
Transparent.
I just wanted to make sure that we're not saying if there's something that's, causing immediate items that we don't want to demote. I can see that in, I don't know what Brandon thinks about this, but like in his department, we may have an armed security patrol officer that's just made a, mistake of some sort, and maybe we want to demote them instead of terminate them. So I was just wondering if you're against that being in there as well. So
I have to be honest, I think we just missed that. I think our intent would have been to strike that. So, if that's amenable to y'all, it's gonna do that.
I just wanted to change.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Any other questions?
So you taking the motions out completely then?
From misconduct. From misconduct.
Okay.
It's like, yeah, we're leaving it in performance management. If there's, if an employee's not, clearly after, probation, or not after, if they're kind of years into their work and they're not meeting the needs of the work.
Yeah, because for example, we sometimes have drivers that just can't handle it anymore, but they can move down to an assistant.
We just don't want it to be a
Misconduct.
method of discipline.
Okay.
If that makes sense. Okay. All right, I think we're on to Article 15.
Article 15, just for Charlie.
1 second.
Say
It's right under my
It's right.
button, so.
Yay. I use my preschool voice, so you should be able to hear me just fine. Ready?
Ready.
All right. We in Article 15.1, the strike through of the new early childhood instructional support. That strike through we are accepting, but we reserve the right to revisit when we go to reclassification and make that ask. So we're gonna tentatively, 15.2.2, we will accept within the first month of school for the budget. We're good there. 15.3.3. We struck through ESP and changed it to ECIP just to keep it pertaining to that. And we'll accept the ECIP May Flex that time, but added for any meeting, not just conferences or whatever. 15.4, we are wanting to keep that in 15 because the professional development is specific to early learning. Okay. So 15.4.1, we want to strike invited and change it to encouraged to attend all curriculum. 15.5.2, we are putting all that back in as a placeholder until we can get bargaining for the wage schedule and lanes. So we
put it back in. Changing. Oh. Changing, sorry. 15.2, did I say that one?
Yeah.
And then putting back in 15.54 for differential pay. We unstruck it, and then we wanted to clarify that the intent is 50% of guest teacher pay in addition to the ECIP's regular hourly rate. And Tanya can give a little insight on that.
So to piggyback on the differential pay, we already have current language in the 6-9-1 for higher classification pay, which states an employee who works in a higher classification will be paid at a rate compensated with the higher grade beginning with the first full day and continuing on for the duration of the assignment. Currently in JESPA and our other ESP departments are actively using Article 6-91, either in a differential pay of percentage or a higher classification based pay rate. Since preschool is unique, we do have different unions, different classifications. It's just a matter of opening up a discussion on an agreeable compensation. Back in the day, preschool used to have their own subs. We had our own early childhood subs. As time had gone on, subs moved on, or some positions were taken for long term. So we were put in a pool of the K-12 sub pool. This opened up all walks of life of different people coming in, from retired high school music teachers, middle school teachers, and parents that were coming in to sub. Like myself, I started out as a parent sub, and here I am as an early childhood educator 10 years later. Our subs are amazing. We love having them come in and help us, but they're not always early childhood qualified. They don't understand the preschool licensing and health requirements that are involved. I know teachers, because now we have the licensed teachers in preschool, they'll write sub-plans. Usually what is written in black and white isn't always what is matching the reality of what's going on in our classrooms. The ECIP is the partner to the teacher. They're in the classroom 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. They know the needs of the children, their medical needs, their IEPs, behaviors, the licensing requirements, the health requirements, the curriculum, and family members who drop off and pick up. That's far more knowledgeable than just stuff that's written on a piece of paper. For example, I had a licensed teacher who went on a leave for 2 weeks because her father had passed. I had a brand new licensed parent come into my room. She was amazing. We worked great as a partner for 2 weeks. We did have the discussion of if she would feel comfortable to lead in the classroom. She said she'd feel more comfortable if I did because I knew preschool, I knew the classroom, I knew what was needed to be done. I was able to maintain a regular scheduled routine, implement the curriculum on a daily basis, continue with great classroom management. This allowed for my licensed partner to be able to grieve her father, handle family, not have to worry about the stress of what was happening in the classroom, the kiddos, if the kiddos were adjusting, because it was right at the beginning of the school year. She had confidence in knowing I could handle the classroom, and she could focus on what she needed to take care of and her mental health. When she returned, it was just an easy transition back into the classroom, just like she was there at the beginning of the first day and not skip a beat. When calling for a sub, the ECIP and licensed teacher use the same subs. So whether the sub is filling in for the my position, the ECIP, they come in as the assistant to the licensed teacher, or if they're filling in for the licensed teacher, they would come in as the assistant to help, and for me, because I know the classroom. So it really doesn't matter which one of us is out, we use the same subsystem, the same subs. These subs are still coming in, they get paid the same, they're still doing the same duties. However, as an ECIP, if I'm stepping into that licensed role, I still get paid the same. Providing a differential pay to ECIPs would make them feel valued and respected in their classrooms. It would give them more confidence to step up and lead more when needed. The ECIP and licensed teachers should be treated as a partnership, and they work together to do what's best for children. Myself, alongside licensed teachers, current and past, have great pride in our classroom management and stability that we have shaped together. We have created an enriched environment that subs enjoy coming back and continuing subbing in the classroom. When an ECIP is given an opportunity to lead, it gives us the confidence and value in our leadership capabilities, classroom management, and curriculum knowledge. This is also why we need to separate the ECI position. The ECIP is the partner to the teacher, and an ECIS supports the classroom, especially those that have multiple schools. Although their performance might be similar in duties, they're not the same position, so they need to be divided and split. Thank you.
Questions? Oh, is that all? I didn't know if they were saying more scroll down.
No, that is it.
I don't know if that's good or bad. Questions? Like, wait a minute.
I mean, I understand it to be that it would be the ECIP pay that you get for the day and then 50% of the guest teacher pay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it's giving that incentive to feel valued if you step up, because there's really no way to increase your value even if you do all these trainings or you go above and beyond. But if you're able to step up into a lead role, because we know you got licensed teachers and ECIP, that's a big jump in pay, but having the incentive of, hey, you're taking lead, you're in the classroom, you know what's going on, and then having that sub come in to kind of help with your assistant, it gives that incentive of thank you for taking that time to spend on trainings and then taking the lead role.
Yeah. Tanya, what if the ECIP doesn't feel comfortable taking the lead? I'm just wondering that because even though the ECIP is a partner to the teacher, not all ECIPs feel comfortable working in a small group or taking the lead on like a second step lesson sometimes. Like, do you know what I mean? I know that it's a partner to the teacher, but there are ECIPs that have also reached out or have said, I don't feel comfortable taking the lead and my teacher hasn't left subplans. They're absent and here I am put in a position where I don't create the lesson plans and now I'm needing to be the lead. I just want to understand all sides and what would happen if that were the case.
That's a great question, and we will come up with a plan and come back.
Okay, yeah. Thank you.
You can speak.
Yeah.
I guess are you saying if there's okay, so just an example here. So if there's a teacher's out, there's an ECIP in the room, they're not getting a sub in?
No, they're getting a guest teacher in. There are times, honestly, Xander, that I've had calls, or even when I was a principal, like all teachers are required to lead guest teacher plans for the guest teacher. And so there are times when the teacher will call in sick and then won't leave lesson plans. And so the guest teacher shows up, or it's in the case where the ECIP doesn't feel comfortable taking the lead for the whole day. And we do have ECIPs. Tanya has been an ECIP for a very long time and could quite frankly take over the class. And then I do have calls throughout the year of my job description says that I assist and I don't want to create lesson plans or go to all of the training. So there's like two different sides, and I don't want to put someone else in a position where if the teacher is out, now they're coming and they have to take the lead on everything.
Okay, I hear you. I hear you. I think what we're trying to get at, though, regardless if if someone wants to do what they're doing or not, they need to be paid for what they're doing. Right? So, I mean, I have a food service lens, but if there's a manager out and there's no sub manager, that work has to be done in the kitchen, right? So it's not like if there's a worker who doesn't necessarily want to do the work, but they have to do the work, they should be paid for the work that they're doing.
But I guess my question is, are we saying that all ECIPs have to do that?
No.
Like that I would say, if I was a principal, that I would go to an ECIP who might not feel comfortable taking the lead for the guest teacher, and that I would tell them, nope, you're taking the lead. And I just really want to address both polarities, because I do hear you, and I don't disagree with you at all. And I also want to make sure that we are not putting another ECIP in a position where they're more comfortable assisting the teacher. That's their role. Like in the job description, it is teacher assistant. I do think it's teacher partner. Quite frankly, I think everyone in a school is a partner to the work that we do for kids. That's just a core value. I just don't want to put someone else in a position. We have, brand new ECIPs that are like, I don't feel comfortable taking a small group. I don't feel comfortable taking a large group. Is that something that I am required to do? And they're not really required to do that or required to make lesson plans. So I just want to talk through that a little more.
Well, to me, this also gets at another issue, right, of other duties as assigned.
Yeah.
Right, where we have and this is just, sorry if I'm kind of taking up the space here.
No, I think it's a good discussion.
There are many workers in Jeffco who don't feel comfortable doing things they're assigned because they don't have the training, they aren't, and they're not paid for it, right? Sure. You can speak to this potentially.
Certainly. A case that just happened this last week at our school. The SPED teacher had some in and out days that she didn't know ahead of time she would not be there, but ended up not being there. Left. She has her lesson plans done a week ahead. She has her lesson plans that she follows. She was not there. So the principal asked the SPED para to do the SPED teacher's job instead of her own groups. So I leaned on the SPED para. I said, make sure you ask for differential pay. She asked for differential pay. The new principal called HR and said, well, she's not doing anything different than what she normally does as a SPED para, being a SPED teacher. It's significantly doing what she does. She's following lesson plans, but it's significantly different from what she's doing. And she's been denied by HR differential pay.
Yeah.
Is she comfortable doing this? No. Is it in the best interest of kids? Yes. So she does it.
Well, yes, I hear you. But what if a teacher is...
I'm getting loud, I'm sorry.
No,
but it was
a
specific instance that just happened.
No, it's okay. And, I can't... I don't know. I hear I absolutely get what you're saying.
Maybe there's some massaging of...
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Like, for example, if a teacher was out on long-term leave, if an ECIP did not want to take the lead, and I get that we all have to do things. However, if the ECIP is like, I don't feel comfortable taking over the class for 2 weeks, I don't think they should be made to do that if they don't feel comfortable in that case, because that is not the job that they were hired for. And I don't know about that case, Darcy, but I don't know that I'm really putting my principal hat on. I was a principal for 6 years, and I don't know that at that time, I didn't personally say you have to cover, and you're not getting, there's a process for that. Or quite honestly, I would just go cover, or our coach would. Like we had a building process that went through a shared leadership committee of how we'd cover when someone was out and whether it was sped or not. And I had paras at the table. That's a side note that we talked through that, and I asked who feels comfortable and who doesn't. But in regard to this,
And let me just back up.
Yeah.
The principal didn't say you will do this.
Yeah.
He said, will you? When your boss says, will you do this?
always, yeah, 100%. That's fair.
Unless it's flying out that window.
Yeah. Jumping off the cliff.
Right? That's right. In the best interest of the kids. Yes.
Yeah. And
So it wasn't a demand.
yeah.
It's an expectation,
Go ahead.
I think.
Hang on.
Yeah.
So to piggyback on all of that, I believe if you're giving people an incentive of like, hey, we will give you a differential pay, that it would give them the opportunity to go, I can do that. And then going and getting trained and going to the curriculum meeting to know what's going on in the classroom with my partner or my licensed teacher. And then having that licensed teacher also show me in the classroom how to do it. Just like when I started out, this was not my main profession. I was an business administrator, benefits. I left home, stay-home mom, came into the school because of the school system and having 2 hours with my daughters. I had to learn all that stuff too. So I started out as a base layer, and then it just gradually got more trainings and had great mentors and understanding preschool. It's just a matter of mentoring the new ones that are coming in and giving them the training and the tools to be able to back up and help your teacher. That's what you're assisting in. So if a principal walks into the classroom, that ECIP should be able to sit there and run the classroom while the licensed teacher needs to maybe take care of a 2-minute conversation instead of everybody stopping. Kids are getting wiggly, so you should be able to step into a lead role when needed. I get that they're new, I hear you, but that goes back to then we need to be training people, having professional development and mentor programs. But coming in and asking too, yeah, do you feel comfortable stepping into a lead position? So I'd say 9 times out of 10 when the subs coming in, they're looking at me going, I don't know what to do,
Yeah.
I'll just follow your lead.
So one thing we could do at the beginning of the year, if the ECIP is comfortable doing it, they could check a box. Yes, I'm comfortable. I would like to be, I would like the access to differential pay. Yeah. If the ECIP is not feeling strong, they wouldn't check that box and it wouldn't be an option. It does not say they have to. It says we can.
Yeah, I definitely hear what
So-
you're saying. Thank you. I guess the other thing is I would have to really go back and like quantify how many guest teachers do we have per day times how many throughout the year to see budget wise. I honestly I don't know that because then it would be, if I'm thinking about this right, I'm just processing out loud, then it would be that there would be guest teacher pay for the teacher who's out, and then half guest teacher pay for the ECIP. And although I personally, I'm saying this out loud, I don't disagree with the things that you've brought forward. I just don't know. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Darcy.
Just take your time, look at the data you need to, and bring back.
Yeah. So
Just a quick clarification. In this situation, there is a substitute, like
yes,
a guest
yes.
teacher. It's not in the absence of a guest
No,
teacher.
in the addition of a substitute.
Right. I'd be curious about the situation Darcy just explained too, if there was a guest teacher there.
No.
Yeah. Was a guest teacher requested? No. Yeah, I'm not okay with that.
So in our situation, we've got the 2
All
teachers.
the days.
Exactly.
But in preschool, we have to have 2 adults at all times. So when a sub's coming in, it doesn't matter if I'm out or the licensed teacher. It's the same sub, they're getting their same pay, but we have to have 2 adults at all times. It's just a matter of going in and who's going to be leaving the classroom, so it's not movie day or extra recess day or it's crazy hectic.
I don't want any of our licensed educators or ECIPs to get into the mindset that they don't need to request a sub.
yeah.
And
No,
if ever your principal is
that's not
telling you, or telling one of your teachers, regardless of whether it's the DTL, the special educator, and ECIP, not to request a sub, like, that's not okay.
Requesting a sub and getting a sub are two different things, though.
Yes, very good point.
You could put in for a sub a week ago and you still don't have one.
But when we put in for one, then we have the budget like already identified.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't get filled, then we automatically pay or have the ability to pay, at least by the JCEA contract, whoever fills in, right? So it might be 5 different teachers because it's a 5-hour period or a 5-period day.
In preschool, that isn't the case.
Yeah,
Right,
we don't have that.
right.
Yes, it is different.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you have to have 2 adults there. So what would happen if a guest teacher didn't show up?
Yeah.
Is someone in the building would have to come in, just like with other, yeah.
You just send half the class home.
Let's go out and
And to your point, Amanda, on whether subs are being requested or not, maybe that's an administrator thing.
Yeah, because at Sebeski, we have, it's not pre-K, it's just, the regular special ed, but, my teacher will be pulled out for an IEP. Technically, I'm not licensed, so technically I'm not supposed to be in the room by myself, but we can't get people to cover, we're so short-staffed. So then, I've been with the same teacher for 8 years, so it's, we have that partnership. So I can step in and do it, or we do have, if, the teacher is sick, we put in a request, we can't get subbed, so I am both for the day. And then, we'll have the other paras come in and help throughout the day, but I am running the class for that day because the sub request was not filled. So it happens quite a bit.
That's interesting. Thank you.
Any more questions? All right. Oh, sure.
All right, if you are okay with it, we can take a brief caucus. I don't think we will need very much time. And then we might need a little bit more time to bring back 9 and 10 because just for some feedback gathering. But otherwise, we can come back within 15 minutes. 15 minutes? All right, so
9:15.
we'll tell Drew that he can take us offline. Good job.
I'll send you those right now too.
Good job, Jane. All right, we are live. Sorry, that was quick. Drew is quick. He drew on the spot today. Apologies to our viewers for taking a little longer, quite a bit longer than we had expected. We were making some tweaks to language that we thought we were like right there, and then we had lots of conversation feedback. So apologize for the delay. I'm going to rejoin, and we are going to go ahead with presentations for Article 2, the recognition article, and Article 4. So, all right, Jen, tell me where you put these.
So they're in our Jeffco part.
Got it.
Their files.
All right, so if everyone's okay with it, we will go ahead and start with 2. I can find it. It is not in order.
No. Jeffco Delta. Share. Have the windows up.
Okay, we make this larger for everyone to be able to see. That way. Okay, so in Article 2, we at the very beginning, we felt like it started with association rights, and then there was no title for the next section, but all the other sections had a title. So we just titled it reporting. I don't know if that's the right title because it sounded funny to like go straight into this and not have like some weird, like some association rights statement. And so we're open to a different title if you feel as though that's necessary. Let's see. We've already agreed to 2123, which is changes to the membership dues rates. I believe we've already agreed to this association release time, attending versus holding, workplace versus workforce. In 2132, we've put this back in upon application and approval by the Office of Labor Relations. Right now, there's a process that Jen and Jennifer have, I believe, worked with the collaborative work group on, and it's working really well. I don't think that they are in the business of denying any requests. It's just important that we continue to track it because we have an agreement around reimbursement for the release time. And so that's really the why of wanting to put that back in there. Under 2133, we have continued to leave in and approval from, and we've put in a qualifier of up to 2 days per month. I believe it previously said up to 4 days per month. No, it was not defined, rather. It just kind of said additional release time. And so we would like to, if you're amenable to qualifying that with some kind of time. If we don't have a qualifier of time in there, our fear is that potentially it could result in somebody wanting to be participating in association business once a week, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, except for it leaves their location and their operating, whether they're in a position in a school or at a central, it could leave them in a staffing shortage for that week, and that could be a problem. So that's why the qualifier of 2 days per month. Let's see, I think we had already agreed to this. Okay, under the additional release time designee, we have accepted the majority of the language that you've put in here. We do have a minor modification down below. Under 2155, we have right here added in all district accrued leave banks will be frozen at the time of release and shall be restored once and if the additional designee resumes a district assignment in accordance with Article 6. The reason that we put that in there was, as you know, there are certainly times where that leave will extend past 2 years, because we know that sometimes there is a term that you guys have that's outside of a 2-year term. It might be a 4-year term, but that's for you to decide, not for us to decide. And there's also a return to district assignment within 36 months in order to be able to re-access those leave banks. And so we just wanted to refer to that article. In 2156, we've offered some language around at the conclusion of their term in office, again, recognizing that it may be 2 years, could be less, could be more. The additional designee may apply to open positions as outlined in Article 4 and will be given internal priority hiring status. So the reason for this is, first of all, holding someone's exact job is not always feasible, because we need to continue maintaining operations, and we want to offer to another ESP the ability to continue in that role. And we recognize that this person is likely to be somebody who is well qualified as an ESP, and we want them back in our workforce. We also want to give them the option of finding a position that best fits their skills and interests after being out of a position for whatever term makes sense for your officers. And then 2157, we felt like was a repeat of 2155. So we just crossed that out, and anything that we made sure that there was nothing different than in 2155. Let's see, in 21541, the district will provide an in-person, we put this word in, I feel like we may have put it in last week, a new employee orientation, just to recognize that this is for people who are newly hired and not for ongoing employees. We crossed out a recorded version of the orientation will also be available to employees. It's crossed out here, but we also crossed it down below. We do have IORADs is what we call them. So if somebody doesn't understand how to use one of the systems that is described, like how do I understand my paycheck? Those are available to employees. However, we feel like recording the orientation every single month could create an undue challenges for our system. We can record it, and it's not going to be as easily accessible. So if you've ever watched back one of our negotiation sessions, you can see what's recorded in the boardroom, and it's not exactly user friendly as far as giving someone instructions on the how-to pieces. So there are components of the orientation that we need to make accessible. We certainly can figure that out, and to have it recorded every single month, we don't feel like it's feasible or consistent. Because if you have a different presenter each month, it might sound a little bit different, just slightly different. And so we can work through that. Let's see. We accepted your changes, to 2155. No employee shall be singled out, retaliated against, or discriminated against because of their involvement with JESPA. And we are fine with taking out per employment law. We all recognize that that is a given. So in communication services, so we have crossed out, JESPA has the right to place notices in the district communications to employees and website. So many of you know we have a team Jeffco brief that is managed by our communications department. Even internally, when we send them things, they modify it. So as the communications department, that is an expectation of their role to ensure that what employees are receiving through our internal communications are vetted through their review processes. So we cannot commit to opening up communication to JESPA, to JCA, to JCAA, that may then be modified, and then you might not like what we modify it to. So that's not to say you can't still request it, and we also know that you have your own communication structures. But I just want to be really clear that that particular structure is not, it's not just open to all. Like we don't take outside communications. We have a peach jar is a thing that we use for outside flyers, that kind of thing. Not to say that you are outside because you're not, but we do know that you have your own communication structures and your own website, as do the other associations. And so that's why we crossed that out. However, we also left in, and this is not a problem, 2164, you have the right to electronic media to communicate with your membership. You don't have to create new email addresses, and all the electronic communication will be done within district policy. And so we just want to acknowledge those two things exist at the same time. 2166, we are good with the rewrite of the employee must give written permission. Meet and confer has been moved down below. Waivers have been removed, but there's a section right after this. Apologies for my voice. I had to grab my water. Opening and closing of schools. So this section, just some slight modifications and agreements. The district and JESPA agreed to develop mutually agreed upon procedures concerning staffing changes. We modified this from reduction of salary status to salary changes, because certainly the salary might not just be a reduction, it could be an increase, it could be maintaining, and yet a different job code or something like that, or changes to working conditions. Let's see. And then down below, we just, if appropriate MOUs, I mean, that is how we operate. And so within the MOU, it could also be bargained if we happen to have a bargaining session or bargaining open at that time or something like that. But we have crossed out that language. Let's see. Under CWG, we have crossed out the language at the bottom of the CWG. We don't believe that I can't remember where we started just the cross out. The committee shall conduct reviews at least twice a year of work assignments, outsourcing and insourcing plans. We don't believe that this is just the work of the CWG. This actually might need to be either part of the compensation committee or part of even potentially a different committee that discusses outsourcing and work assignments, potentially with additional involvement and not just labor relations and JESPA, because there are other people who are involved in that, other department heads, et cetera. And so we're happy to entertain like the conversation. I'm just not sure it belongs in CWG. It might belong as like an offshoot or a subcommittee. Under meet and confer, most of this stuff we have agreed to previously, or it has been moved. In 2253, we've made an adjustment. Employee, instead of employee department policies or handbooks, we've modified it to say employee handbooks must comply with this agreement, district policy, and the law. Electronic copies will be provided to JESPA when changes are made. And so we acknowledge that there is a employee handbook that is like universal, but then we know that there are some standard operating procedure handbooks that potentially transportation might use, custodial might use, we in HR might use. And so just trying to make that a little bit broader. And then finally, this last one, I think we've already agreed that we are fine with this statement. So that's Article 2. Any immediate questions? Okay. I will attempt to move right on to article, or the recognition article. I don't know if I'm going to be able to, but if Jen and I need to swap, that there is a reason. I'm losing my voice quickly. Okay, to Article X something X. I've lost Article X. New article.
Should we put tentative numbers on it?
It depends on where it belongs. I feel like this might belong after 1, but before 2, or who knows where. Okay. So this article is, I always choose which one to put on my screen and then it's never the right one. Okay. That's small. Okay, this article. So this article is titled Recognition, Bargaining Unit, and Outsourcing. Excuse me. And this is, there's a lot of like rewrite, if you will, or modification. And so I'll read the majority of it. So we already have this board recognizes the JESPA as the sole and exclusive bargaining agent. That was previously in 2. We are fine with moving it to the beginning of this article as the recognition clause. Bargaining unit work. So during the term of this agreement, any new positions, job titles, or classifications aligned to the definition of employee in Article 1 created by the district that fall within the general scope of duties and responsibilities similar to those performed by current bargaining unit members and have not been designated by the district as administrative, confidential, or part of the JCE as bargaining unit shall be considered bargaining unit work and covered under this agreement. So that's kind of taking what we previously said and putting it all into one statement. Previously, it was like 2 separate statements and a separate subclause. In 2.2, X22, the district agrees to notify the associations and attempt to resolve any dispute over the designation of a new position. Which, I mean, obviously, if we're going to attempt to resolve it, we're going to meet, but first, we think that it's important to notify the association that a position is potentially being classified as something other than a JESPA bargaining unit. If agreement cannot be reached, the matter shall be subject to bargaining procedures. We're fine with that. The district will notify JESPA of any decision to contract for ESP services. Sorry, this is all around outsourcing. We have we've crossed out the rest of that particular language. And I can't remember why, but it'll come to me as we continue. So if the district issues an RFP for such services, JESPA shall be issued a copy. I feel like this is somewhere else, and that's why some of this is not in here, but I can't remember. I don't know why, but for some reason in my head, there's a different outsourcing article still. So
It might be in staff, I have not tried
maybe
to,
that, you're right, it might be.
it might be just trying to support.
I've been struggling with like, where does this really belong in its own article, or does it belong in staffing? And yet I understand both pieces. So in X311, this is moved from another article, so the majority of it is the same except for a few things. So the district shall prioritize hiring, seek to avoid to use the use of contracted or outsourced services. We took out in accordance with 2253, just knowing that that doesn't necessarily exist anymore. If we need to refer to another article, we certainly can. JESPA may request a meeting with the district during the first 2 weeks of each semester, at which the parties may review current contracts for services or functions currently performed by employees in ESP positions. The district will discuss with the CWG for long-term solutions to staffing shortages. We are open to modifying this to be part of the other committee, the other subcommittee that I just discussed, because that work potentially could be outsourced to that subcommittee that doesn't currently exist but could exist. And consider implementing temporary measures such as offering additional hours to part-time ESPs or hiring temporary staff in addition to contracted services. Let's see. Under X32, the district must not engage in layoffs or reduction in scheduled hours or bargaining unit members to facilitate the use of contracted service providers. We are in with that. Under employee, so this is, I think, this was previously in Article 1, but we understand the reasoning for wanting to put it in this clause that is really recognizing the bargaining unit. So we have, I think we turned to previous language. Employee includes all non-exempt employees of the district working in the following departments or job classifications. So we'd like to keep this list, and I thought we did make a modification to it under office professionals. So facilities management, materials management, information systems, transportation, risk management, food and nutrition services, school safety, paraprofessionals. We added in school-based office professionals. I don't know why it's not, the language is in a different color. Probably because we put all of this back in. Health technicians, instructional tutors and caregivers, locker room aides, special education, preschool. And then down below, we have further described some of the employee groups that potentially might not be in this based on some of our conversations. So under bargaining unit, the bargaining unit shall include non-exempt employees defined in Article 1, currently employed as education support professionals. Hereinafter, employees in the defined unit will be referred to as bargaining unit members or employees. Excluded from membership and representation by the association, and this is previous language, are administrative personnel, substitute employees. Again, by nature, they are not continuing employees. They are super important to our operations, and they come in and go out as needed. Confidential employees and temporary employees. Excuse me. All the rest was previous language. Temporary employees, there's some minor modifications here. Are those assigned a short-term job short-term time-bound job not to exceed 60 working days. This does not include summer work or extra duty performed by an existing member of the bargaining unit. And then we have offered an adjustment to the confidential employee language. We believe that confidential employees are actually more than what it previously was defined as. At least that's kind of how we seem to be treating them. And so we've offered confidential employee refers to someone who assists and acts in a confidential capacity to manage personnel and has regular access to confidential information about future bargaining strategy or changes that the employer anticipates may result from collective bargaining. Oh, that is not actually, that was supposed to be crossed out. Sorry, this part is where we started. That's the previous language. So it really should start here is confidential employee is an individual. I can't get it off my screen. Is an individual within an organization who has access to sensitive information that is not intended for general dissemination. These employees typically handle matters such as company finances, employee records, armed security patrol, safety dispatch, or collective bargaining strategy, and are trusted to maintain discretion and now I've lost the whole thing. Sorry. And protect the confidentiality of the information they manage. So we talked about that previously this year, the sensitive nature of the information specifically held by our safety and security employees, such as background information and other records, and whether or not they should be part of the JESPA bargaining unit. We're open to that conversation, and which would then, if you decide that this is acceptable, would actually rescind our previous armed security or armed patrol officer article that we suggested. So just a side note on that, if this is of interest to you, to redefine confidential employee. So I apologize that strikeout got missed, but that's what we've got in Article 2. And now it looks like the entire thing on my computer is wrong, but don't worry. We'll send you the right version. Yes. Any immediate questions on that one?
No.
All right. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do the next article. Jen, would you be willing to read it? I'm sorry. I'm running out of coffee and water and all the things.
And she gave me the longest.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Okay, that's 4. Here we go. Believe that district code, Charlie.
This is it. Okay, we're going to try to go through all of
It
this.
might be a little big for the screen.
Yep, hold on. Okay, how's that? It might be easier just to kind of go through and see. Give me 1 second. I wasn't prepared to read. Great, that's okay. So we did strike through after opportunities for transfer in compliance with Article 4-2. All the rest of this we agreed to. We are not changing any of the language that was proposed last time. In Article 4-2, voluntary transfers, we changed this to prior to holding an interview process that includes external candidates. The district shall first offer the opportunity for a voluntary transfer to existing qualified employees of the same job code. What that is saying is that it's within the same job code. We're not going to allow lateral transfers between departments, such as like it might be an R17 in a grade, but we're not going to allow that between custodial and food nutrition, for instance. It's going to be just in the one department. In 42-12, we're good with that. 4213, considerations for staffing levels, performance concerns, incidents of misconduct, and operational needs may be taken prior to approving a voluntary transfer request was added. 4-2-1-4, if employees request a voluntary transfer to the same position, the competitive hiring process, so if multiple employees request a voluntary transfer to the same position, the competitive hiring process outlined in this article will be followed. Involuntary transfers, we accept all of the first part of that, and we did strike through the district must not make transfers for arbitrary or capricious reasons. 4-2-2 here. Let's see, we took out proposed and just left it as in cases of an involuntary transfer, the affected employee will be notified by the appropriate administrator of the transfer and reason for it. We also, in 4-2-4, we've added when multiple vacancies are filled through administrative transfers, the district must list employee preferences for location. If multiple employees request a transfer to the same position, the district will consider factors such as job-related experience, skills, and the operational needs of the new location. Seniority will serve as a determining factor when all other qualifications are substantially equal. And this is within involuntary transfers. In 4-3, we did strike through applicants will not be screened out for arbitrary or capricious reasons. And in 4-4, we added back in pre-screening and selection process. 4-4-1, we approved the language and added eligible employees as defined in Article 1. In 4-4-2, we added in pre-screening and final back in. we added work simulations back in. The reason we added work simulations back in is because of safety and security, and I believe we talked about that last time you all made that recommendation of excluding that. We did put back in current corrective action. And down here we put the selection committee will predetermine the number of applicants to interview. The agreed upon pre-screening tools will be applied equitably to all applicants to identify the top candidates for interviews. We just changed the numbering here to go back to in 4-4-5 here, we changed no compelling difference. I'm sorry, this is so crazy and sometimes I can't figure out how to get that out. But I know. We changed it from compelling to assuming equal scoring between top applicants. Internal candidates will be the preferred choice over an external candidate, where two existing employees scored equally as determined by the district through pre-screening and interview processes, seniority shall be applied. And down here, we did strike through some of this, and we added a 4-47. A procedural or technical violation of this article's terms will not invalidate, reverse, or undo the hiring process or decision made under it. The parties agree that the purpose of this article is to uphold the integrity of the process, and minor errors will not be considered a breach of its overall objectives. And then right here, we did take back out 4-4-8. A JESPA representative may request and review the hiring bid folder, because we put that back into Article 12 for grievances. Probationary period, we did add in newly hired employees and those hired into a new position. We accepted your proposal of going back to 90 days. In 4-5-1, this does have to do with the new hire employee orientation. We just presented that language in Article 2, so we did go ahead and strike through that again. 4-5-1-2 here, we're just doing numbering. And down here, we did strike through newly hired probationary employees are not entitled, because we added it down below. Down here, we accepted your first 60 days instead of 180. Then we added under 4-5-3, probationary employees are not entitled to the just cause provisions. 4-6-4, so we've accepted all of these other changes. 4-6-4, an employee who is assigned the duties, of the duties and responsibilities of a higher classification by the appropriate department administrator on an ongoing basis will be paid appropriately in accordance with Article 6. Then 4-6-5, we struck through all of 4-6-5, but we added 4-6-5 back in and just rewrote it a little bit so that it was more clear. So what we did is 4-6-5-1. Employees selected or assigned to lead positions serve as a key point of coordination between staff and administration. Lead employees may assign tasks, provide input on performance, write evaluations, assist with training, and relay operational concerns to supervisors. Additionally, leads may participate in discussions related to corrective action and grievance resolution when directly involved. 4-6-5-2. Leads may provide verbal counseling to employees as part of their role in reinforcing expectations and addressing performance concerns. When verbal counseling is provided, leads may also document the discussion in writing for reference. 4-6-5-3. While leads play an important role in supporting operational effectiveness, they do not have independent administrative decision-making authority. Leads may not issue formal discipline, hire, fire, promote, demote, or unilaterally reassign employees. However, leads may provide documented feedback and recommendations to supervisors regarding staffing and operational needs. Leads should also be present in discussions related to disciplinary action when they have relevant information regarding employee performance or conduct. 4-6-5-4, leads will not be held accountable for administrative decisions made by management and will not face disciplinary action or retaliation for adhering to the responsibilities outlined in this agreement. Bargaining unit leads retain all rights under this agreement as JESPA represented employees, including the right to union representation and participation in union activities without discrimination. The designation of lead does not alter their bargaining unit status. So we added all of that in. In 4-7, in cost coverage, we struck through shall pay the cost of fingerprinting and came back with the district will cover, or proposed, the district will cover the upfront costs of fingerprinting, which then will be reimbursed after tax deductions split evenly across the employees' first 2 paychecks. We struck through shall 4-7-1-2. Under 4-7-2 here, compensation for training, we did change all of this to required learning and mandatory training will be provided during the workday. If required learning or mandatory training must be offered outside of the workday, employees will be compensated at their regular hourly rate. 4-7-2-1, mandatory training is defined as coursework employees must take to remain employed by Jeffco. This training enforces student and staff safety. 4-7-2-2, required learning is defined by departments and divisions as learning employees must take to maintain an expectation of excellence aligned to Jeffco's values and strategic plan. 4-7-2-3, certificated training is defined as coursework and or testing an employee must complete as part of federal or state regulations in order to maintain their license or certification. And we did strike through what you had there and then just replaced all of the above with what you had proposed. 4-7-3, we did strike through that. Under 4-7-3, we did rename this certifications, and we did it back in. It is the employee's responsibility to ensure they maintain the requisite education, licensures, and endorsements. We struck through may be removed from work, or you struck through that and said, or placed on unpaid leave if the employee chooses, and we accepted that. And then down here, we accepted within the 30-day grace period. And then we went ahead and we agreed to that, and we agreed to your separation of the multiple jobs there. Do we have any questions on that? That was a lot. And as you can tell from everyone sniffling and coughing on the side, we all must have the same thing.
Thank you, Tiffany, publicly for saving us. With Kleenexes and cough drops.
I don't think we have any questions.
Okay, great.
So, obviously now you've got some language to think about, we've got some language to think about. We do believe that we can bring 9 and 10 back today, if you are open to that, or potential next steps.
I think that would be great. How much time?
I would love to say that we can be back by 11, and it might be 11:15, just so that we can review everything.
Why don't we just say 11:15?
Okay.
Yeah, because we can come back to questions.
Yeah, we can crystallize our questions rather than.
Great. Let me tell Drew. Hey, Drew.
Guys, just tell him now.
Oh, he's here, right? Okay, we are live and back at the table. Do you all want to ask questions first, or would you like us to share our thoughts around 9 and 10 first?
Let's ask, you can ask questions.
Okay. And if there's an article you want us to pull up, or if you want to pull one up, feel free to.
Sounds good. So I think this is brought up in Article 2 and the bargaining unit article. We believe you're proposing new committees be formed. And can you speak a little bit more on what you're proposing?
Yeah, so this was around like the reviewing, not work assignments, but reviewing openings and what we're doing to attract new talent into those openings, and how we're avoiding outsourcing, why we need to outsource. It kind of seemed like a whole, another project, but like another committee that might need to dedicate time to reviewing those things. Because it could happen more often than not. And we're not sure that just Jen and Jennifer and I, who are part of the collaborative work group, are always the people who have that knowledge and expertise. And so just like there's a compensation committee that includes our director of or our manager of compensation and our executive director of total rewards, like that is their expertise. And so should we need a subcommittee that reviews job openings and outsourcing, that might be someone else's expertise. And maybe it's a subcommittee that the collaborative work group identifies during their work, but...
Yeah, so I guess what we're hearing is that there's an interest in forming new committees. We don't really see any of that in the proposal. So is this actually, like, are you saying we are proposing a outsourcing and work, committee, or are you saying this could potentially be something in the future, but we're not going to actually propose what it is?
We certainly can. What we're only proposing right now is that we don't think that the collaborative work group is the right committee, but that doesn't necessarily need to go in language. It could be that the collaborative work group, and we could work this in there, the collaborative work group may identify subcommittees in order to address certain things. I mean, we could adjust it somehow like that.
And then I have a follow-up to that, based on what you're saying, because you're saying only 2 days per month for release time. So how do we see this, and a question about that? Case right now, bargaining is twice a month, plus wage committee, plus professional learning, plus collaborative work, plus a subcommittee.
Sounds like you need to be the additional release person.
Well, I'm just I have concerns.
Yeah, and please know that we didn't necessarily mean like 2 days. It could be 4 half days. It could be, right? It might not be 2 full days. Okay.
Yes, and I see that.
Yeah.
And I hear that.
Right.
But I just,
Totally
current conditions, that's not reflective, and I just wanted to.
And we're open to, what does that look like? We just thought that it might help to qualify the time instead of just saying additional release time. Could be every day or a whole month. It just seems like that's an extreme.
Yeah, thanks. That helps a little bit. So I believe this is in recognition bargaining unit article. So this is for, and actually this is would be in definition. So for 1.7, do you believe that the list there is inclusive of all ESPs?
I'm sorry, can you please say that again?
Do you believe the list in 1.7?
In the current language?
Your
proposal.
proposal is to put that list back in.
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe this list is inclusive of all ESP positions?
As currently associated? Here's what I'm asking. I believe that there are some confidential employees who are currently members of the bargaining unit because we have not been clear about what confidential employee means. Example, I have multiple JESPA bargaining unit employees in HR, and those employees have access to confidential information and potentially are called upon to provide information to me around bargaining strategy, right? And so that's why I'm saying, like, yes, and I think that there are some who are they're not listed here. It doesn't specifically say HR professionals, right? But some of them could be considered office professionals. Some of them could be considered technician, not health technician. Oh, not tech. Never mind. We don't have that word. But right, like, so the word office professionals is very vague. That's why we were trying to improve the confidential employees. So I believe that for the majority, right, not including subs, not including temporary employees, they are included in this list. I also think this list is very vague.
So why do you think this list is better than just saying all hourly or non-exempt?
Because I think that there are some who are not included in this. So when I think about temporary employees, they are technically hourly. So we would want to keep them in the like, they're not part of because their jobs are not ongoing. Same thing with substitutes, even though they are technically hourly, they're not an ongoing person. They're not, I'd like them to be. I would like them to just apply for a job and be ongoing. That would be helpful. Same thing with, like, game workers, right? Game workers are temporary for the most part, even though they might work for us year after year. They're not technically ongoing employees. They don't have a probationary period that then results in, they don't get evaluations, they don't get feedback, unless, of course, they're, like, stealing money. Then they get feedback, and that's bad. Same thing with test proctors, right? It's like that's a seasonal role. There was another one I was just thinking of that has escaped my brain. No, it was something else. I don't remember. But we do think that there are some roles that don't have a bargaining unit right now, that don't belong in any of our bargaining units because they're not ongoing employees. They're either short-term, that was the other thing. Employees that are employed by self-funded positions or self-funded departments. That is really hard to guarantee the same opportunity afforded to JESPA bargaining unit members. For example, and I'll just be really honest with you, SAE is a self-funded budget, right? It is funded solely through tuition, right? It's tuition based, and we cannot guarantee employees of the school age enrichment ongoing jobs, right? We might have to reduce a program, and we might not have another position because of low enrollment. We might not be able to give them the exact same raise as you, as a Jeffco bargaining unit member, because we don't have enough money without raising tuition, right? And we're trying to balance those things. Anytime we have a department budget that is completely funded through fees and tuition, it's really challenging for us to have the same guarantees. Please know that currently we are using the JESPA bargaining, collective bargaining agreement to manage those employees, right? So should we have a corrective action that needs to take place for an SAE employee, we are using the language, and the problem is there could be a point where we can't guarantee that. So that's the why kind of behind not including all hourly employees, because we do think that there are instances where it doesn't make sense.
Okay, thank you. So our interest with this is to just be clear.
Sure.
I think to just kind of speak to what you were saying in our bargaining unit definition, and it's now 1-2. It does give a list of excluded that we're just referring to. So I just wanted to say that, but we're happy to come back with the counter. Okay, 4211, so yeah, Article 4 now.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, so 4211, you added of the same job code. And can you just give some examples of how this would, like, what you're talking about?
Sure. So we believe that your intent behind this language was a voluntary lateral transfer. So from a food service position at Lombard Elementary to a food service position at Edgewater Elementary, given they have the same NQs and all the things, right? So it's a lateral move within the same department, essentially the same job code. So if you are a custodial services member who wants to transfer to a food services position, potentially it could be a lateral in the thinking of salary grade, and years of experience, like you know what I mean? It could be a lateral in salary, but it's not a lateral because it's a completely different department, and you might need new training. Like you might not have any experience in that department whatsoever. So we believe that the intent was around a lateral. So I am a night custodian at Chatfield Senior, but Lakewood Senior is closer to my house. So I want to put in for a lateral transfer to the exact same position at Lakewood instead of Chatfield. And so that's why we wrote job code. You know, we're open to other language, but we wanted it to be within the same department and a lateral, knowing that an employee who wants to become a food service worker who is a custodian can apply for that job still and still have the internal employee preference, if you will, through the hiring process, but they wouldn't just be afforded that because they are an employee. Does that make sense?
Might be on the same grade.
Yeah.
Because we may have somebody in food service who is on an R16, I'm just pulling something out, R16, and custodial is on an R16. So it could look like lateral, but it's not. It's not within the same department, and it doesn't have the same job code.
Or
Yeah,
description.
that kind of gets that a little bit.
Sorry.
But yeah, that's kind of where what we need is.
I think another piece of that becomes difficult to manage is that the agreement would be that if we have a position within our department, we're going to make it known to anybody that may be interested in it. That would open it up for Katie's group to have to notify all of my people, and for me to have to notify the entire district to field. I think within the same department, it gives us that we know who needs to know about it, right?
Makes sense.
All right. 42. So I think we're going to come back and, you know, if you need y'all to speak a little bit more to why you're striking arbitrary and capricious.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about this last time. If we could, if there's a way for us to further define what that might be, I think that might be helpful, even if we just talk through like what in your mind is may be arbitrary and capricious. I think that might help us to better understand the intent behind this language. Do you know what I mean?
I hear that. I believe that already exists in our contract.
Like it's defined somewhere?
No, it's, I don't know, there's a article was, yeah, can't. Yeah, I just can't, I don't have to memorize.
That's all right.
So. this exists, I mean, it's in the article, it already exists in the article. And also, it's just cause. So 10.1.3, just cause is reasonable rules. So rules and policies must not be arbitrary or capricious or disregarded. So there's already precedent for these words.
Sure.
So I'm just kind of curious if we've been applying them.
I mean, I think you're right. I think it's the word reason, right? I think that what we're trying to avoid is an employee thinking that there is no reason, when in reality, there is a reason, but they don't agree with the reason, right? So maybe I need to transfer you I'm going to go back to my custodial services, right? So we have a need at Lakewood, and so I'm going to transfer you to Lakewood. You don't want to transfer to Lakewood, but I need you to, because there's no night custodian, and Chatfield has 3 night custodians, and so I wouldn't want. What we are trying to avoid is an employee saying, "Well, that's arbitrary and capricious," because they might think that there is no reason to transfer that person, or maybe there's one custodian and they're like, "Well, they have one. They don't need me too," right? And so that's what I think we're trying to avoid, or trying to find the right language to be more specific, so that it isn't as subjective as it could be.
Yep.
Right?
Think about it.
Okay.
I think I think we talked about it last time, but
Right.
what it seems like, striking this language from our contracts as one view.
I see what you're saying.
So
Yeah.
I think the perception is that we want to be able to transfer people for no reason.
Got it.
So I agree, we need to come up with something that, but I mean, it does exist in our contract.
Right. Because Xander, we had this conversation last week or whenever, and so I agree. Trying to figure out like a right side balance of what would be meaningful knowledge for an employee, and what would be like what the manager needs to also say. So there's clarity of communication, so that there aren't. It just feels really subjective sometimes. Like, how do we figure out, like, if you feel like something's arbitrary, but I don't, like, who decides that? And so being able to give employees, like, recourse, or being able to have a conversation here for all of the issues that we've been talking about that are arbitrary and capricious, so that there's, like, an actual conversation and not just, like, I think that was arbitrary, but being really clear about it. I don't think it's about just being able to move an employee or say you can't go to training or whatever. I think it's just trying to find clarity. And so I appreciate you saying that that's how it feels coming across. It looks like we just want to be able to be like, no, but being able to find the middle ground. And language that is better finding the middle ground, so it's clearer.
Can you give Mark, you maybe give some examples of why you should voluntarily transfer?
So typically for us, an involuntary transfer involves a conflict at the current school, or we're wanting to give that person a fresh start in a different environment.
Kind of conflict.
It could be that there's been misconduct towards the teacher. It could be that there's been a shouting match, and it's been determined through fact finding, through the corrective action process, that this did that happen. We want to get to a point where we know it's true, right? But it may be part of the resolution to say we're going to issue the written reprimand and move you out of this building to avoid further conflict. So oftentimes it's to eliminate possibility for a reoccurrence. That's the case. And again, I think with the arbitrary, I think that language just opens it up for anything to be deemed arbitrary. Does that make sense? There could be a good reason for movement, like what we just discussed. And that could be grieved, saying that, well, no, that's not a good reason to move somebody. So is that something you would consider arbitrary?
Sorry.
The avoidance of a conflict. Or the avoidance of future conflict.
I can't really say that.
Right. Right. And it's going to be on an individual case-by-case basis. Sometimes that's going to be appropriate, and other times it's not. Right. And so I think that leaders need to be able to make that determination that yes, this is the right move, not only for the district, but for that employee. And so that's always weighs into the conversation too, is that removing them from that situation is going to set them up for success. Leaving them in a situation is going to set them up for failure. And to me, that's a valid reason.
We could also have a department who we could use SPED, we could use, like Taryn's group. She has such a long group name, I can't ever remember what her group name is. Yeah. Where we're not reducing the force, because we're still, they could be like a paraeducator. We're not reducing the force. We're just involuntarily transferring because we don't have the set amount of students anymore, or we don't have the student who is there any longer. That could be an involuntary transfer as well. That's not for capricious reasons. So if you're asking for an involuntary transfer.
I'm not trying to say every single involuntary transfer would be an arbitrary thing.
Right.
Right. That's not what we're saying.
Yeah. I was just giving you another example, if you
I think that's all the questions.
Bringing it is.
So I was actually good Sanders, probably heard it now. But I was just going to echo, like every one of those schools that we had a campus on, we had to move into a new school. And so we used that process, like Jen said, is the Arvada K-8 students were split right between elementary and then went to NAMS. So we moved our campus supervisor to NAMS. Was that voluntary? Not necessarily. Did it go where the position number went? Yes, it stayed with the position number. But I would say 95% of the time that we've ever initiated an involuntary transfer, it has really been to alleviate that conflict at the building, where we feel like there's at least enough responsibility that it hasn't risen to misconduct, but there's enough responsibility that we feel for like the well-being of the employee in particular, that we're offering them a fresh start, without jumping too much into like, should we just discipline this employee because they're being argumentative with their administration over and over and over again? Or should we try to find them a spot that they would be better suited to an administration? It happens at certain schools more than others, obviously, but we, as managers or directors on the side, we only have so much control. Like I don't have the authority to remove an assistant principal that's argumentative with the campus supervisor. But rather than the campus supervisor getting themselves jammed up beyond this, it's like we have an opening at Lakewood High School. It's a quarter of a mile down the road. Let's start there instead of trying to make it work at Crate. These are all just made up examples, but almost everyone we've ever initiated, it's to alleviate that conflict. And it is more tricky when it involves like campus supervisor versus campus supervisor. That one, we just go to mediation at that building because who's to say this campus supervisor should be transferred over that one, right? Which I think would go to your point of being like, well, that seems kind of arbitrary that you chose this individual versus that individual. And so that one, we try not to make that big jump. We try to work it out mediation. And so I just want to provide that clarity on my side, my team side.
I know that when you mentioned the school closures, and that we had to follow a written process for that, though. I mean, there was an MOU, a negotiated MOU. So I wouldn't say that was involuntary transfer. That was a written process.
A similar situation outside of the written process for me might be as simple as 2 temporary buildings were removed from school, so now instead of an 8-hour custodian, we only justify a 4-hour custodian. So we want to move somebody to maintain their hours and maintain their jobs, we're gonna move them to a site that still has that available. I will say it's, at least in my experience, it's extremely rare that we're making an involuntary transfer. I think of less than a handful in the time I've been in the office.
Any other questions about the article? All right, we will, if you're okay with it, we'll go ahead and give you some counters to 10 and 9. We have a sticking point that we want to talk through if we have time to do so. So let me find 10.
I think we're supposed to be 12:30.
Oh, perfect. Sorry, for some reason in my head I was we were done at 12. Well, that works great. Okay, so in Article 10, I'm presenting out of Google at the moment because just because
Because it's working currently.
Great. Okay, so in the corrective action article, this is Jeffco Echo. Let's see, I'm trying to find all the spots that we made any adjustments. Oh, I apologize. I intended, the conversation we had, I did not note in here, but I totally intended to put in here the or by phone piece. So we can talk through that in a minute if you're okay with it, but I just wanted to share any other adjustments we made, which were not significant. Let's see, treatment, performance management. We've all agreed to this piece. Okay, so in the formal discipline process, we've reduced it back to 3, almost like, I don't like using this term, but like a 3 strikes type thing. We are wondering if potentially you put in a 4th because you thought that we wanted this suspension without pay step. And we want you to know that that is not something that we are married to. We don't feel as though suspension without pay is actually an effective consequence or strategy for people. And so we have reduced this again back to 3 instances of misconduct. So we're good with the first one. There really weren't any changes there. The second one, a final written warning. And then finally, a third one of termination. Again, this is misconduct that is habitual at this point. We feel as though, we tried with a verbal conversation or restorative approach. We've tried with, which isn't documented in one of the steps, just so you know. So right before that, right, we talk about the restorative approach is not agreed to. We can use a letter of expectation. So that's even prior to. So in all reality, we've actually given the person 4 tries. We've given them an expectation. Now we're going to issue a reprimand. Now we're going to issue a final warning. And now, because you've done it a 4th time, is termination. So that's our thinking around that. And then in 10.2.2, we have put back in injury to a child. And here's why. This is subject to due process of just cause, right? So we are not intending to immediately terminate somebody if the injury to a child was accidental or caused by something other than negligence, if you will, or carelessness. But we do believe that sometimes it might not rise to the level of assault, but it may be a mark was left on a child because an adult was squeezing their wrist too hard. There are situations where we believe that potentially termination may be the right response. And again, this will go through a due process and just cause, and there will be an investigation. So that's our reason for putting back in injury to a child. And then finally, I thought there was one more thing. You found another thing? Oh. I'm sorry, I know there's one more thing, I just can't find it. You're okay with this language out here? It's gone. I swear I literally just fixed something. Now I can't find it. At any rate, you can read through it and see if there's anything that you disagree with, or if you want to talk about it right now. Oh, Jen revised this as a potential offer in 10122, the right to be notified verbally, and then in parentheses, in person or by phone, and via email of a potential corrective action, including the topic of the meeting, blah, blah, blah. There was no other change. Okay. I think that's it in Article 10.
Amanda, when we went back there, didn't you add something that you wanted just to add the word policy in?
Was that 10 or 9?
No, I thought that was 10.
Let me see if I wrote the word policy one.
Right? Was that us right there?
No. That's old. That's already there. No, that was already there.
Okay.
I think that was already there. So I believe that might be it. Questions, thoughts, anything you want to talk through? Or we can move to 9.
I don't want to get in the weeds, but I'm unsure what injury to a child means.
Yeah. So I would say that anytime,
I just don't know if it has a basis
Right.
somewhere.
right? Yeah, anytime, and we talked about like, is
Because
it
it could be
intent
emotional,
injury potentially?
and I don't cut you off.
No, it's okay. I mean, your thinking is good, right? Is it intent? Is it emotion, like injury caused by emotion? You know, which may or may not. It could also be injury caused by lack of proper training or lack of applying training appropriately to the situation. And I also acknowledge that what I think that you're getting at is sometimes there will be a claim of injury when in reality, you know, it might not be like, you hurt me, and there's no, go ahead.
I'm a health tech, and so
Yeah.
just 2 days ago, I had a student come in with a bump on their head because they went to give their teacher a hug, and she didn't know. She turned around and smacked him in the head with her Stanley, and he had a bump on his head.
Right.
That's in my health tech expertise. You know, he was injured. Right.
So I would say that's accidental. And so
Right.
we thought about like, is it non-accidental?
Non-accidental or intentional.
I mean, I don't feel like an adult, I'd love to say an adult never intends to hurt a child. And we know that's not true.
And I think we
Go ahead.
talked about too, like, with the different wording of what that means, right? And I think it's difficult, for example, you know, we had an instance where a staff member, you know, grabbed a kid, right? And in their mind, that was fine, right? And so the kid's shoulder got dislocated. And so it becomes, well, it sucks that we're having an argument around somebody saying to you, well, it was an accident. Okay, but you can't handle a child that way, right? And they could say it wasn't intentional. Okay, but that still happens. And at the same time, we do have those instances that you're talking about where, you know, it is an accident and the teacher turns the wrong way and that happens, right? And so it sucks to have this conversation around what that is, and at the same time, do need to have that, right? So I hear what you're saying, and I think we were struggling with wording as well.
Darcy, I think the easiest way for us to solve this, in my opinion, would be is for us to add injury to a child into the definition section and then break some of these things out, because a mandatory reporting situation could cause injury to a child. There's no physical act that was done. In fact, it was no act at all. I think when I look at emotional and psychological harms, we've had this where an employee is getting in the student's face and is like, you look at me again like that, I'm going to do this to you. And so I think really what we should do is figure a way that we get through this section of it, and then we all agree that this is a definition that we should better define in our definition section, and we can break out negligence, intentional act, emotional harm, failure to act, which I think would be a bigger one that we should try to highlight. And then we have our own state laws that tell us what our obligations are for the safety or the welfare of a child. That would be my 2 cents, because I think if we try to spell it out here, it's going to be too long. But I do think we should reference that we will define it in our definition section.
So we have intentional violation of district policy is part of this. In our district policy, it kind of goes through what you are not allowed to do.
Right, that was actually one of my initial thoughts.
Students.
Yeah.
So I'm just curious, how is this different than, like, what is excluded from policy that this is covering for?
Yeah, I mean, can anybody think of anything? I literally thought that after I reread this earlier today was, what type of injury could be a result, and not following district policy. Like, how are they different? I don't know. I don't know that they are, right? Because mandatory reporting is part of district policy. Staff conduct is part of district policy. Right, child abuse, as well as like only people who are certified to put hands on a child. I don't know if that's part of policy, but it's definitely a procedure, and it's elsewhere, right, with regard to crisis prevention intervention. And so that makes
Failure to act is probably the only thing that would get sticky in this particular situation, what we could just reference in policy. Because, we have 2 kids that are mutually combative, and a campus supervisor is there to break those 2 students up. And if they simply sit there and observe, and then one of those kids gets serious injury, like we hear about these things all the time, kid gets punched, as part of that initial head trauma that hits their head on their way down, and that campus supervisor completely failed to act. Now, we take into consideration all the time size, stature of the campus supervisor and all those pieces of it, but I can see failure to act is the only thing that's not going to be covered in the employee responsibilities or in a district policy. That would be my only 2 cents. I think the emotional harm could get a slippery slope of trying to define. I don't know that we do emotional harm, like if a staff member tried to intimidate a student. I don't know that that's completely covered, but I would consider it unprofessional conduct. But that would be my only thing. Otherwise, I think in agreement that our policies kind of already cover this.
I mean, yeah, I would be okay striking that last piece.
I think I would like to have some more.
Sure.
So we're sure.
But yeah, we're definitely open to that. And, if there's anything within what Brandon just described that would be counter, feel free to let us know. Any other questions on 10 or things you want to talk through? If I find that, like, literally 2 words that I thought I changed.
The worst conversation to have.
Yeah, right.
It's extremely uncomfortable, but.
Wait a minute. I'm getting 10 and 9 confused right now because we moved some of 10 into 9, and so I'm like, where's that one section? It's in 9. Okay, so is this the right one, Foxtrot? Okay. That must have been what I just adjusted. Okay. I think you can see this better. Okay, so there's definitely one sticking point we want to talk through on this one. So let's see. Everything at the top, I think we've already agreed to. 9.5 is where things start changing. So we acknowledge that you have reverted back to original language, and we are fine with that. Okay, so in 9.5.3, so we want to, again, try to, as much as we can, separate out management of performance deficiencies and the evaluation process, which could indicate management of performance deficiencies, but also it's like a once a year thing that results in final ratings. So we have always, or we've previously had in language, that there would be this appeal process. And so we believe that the intent was that the evaluation rating appeal process outlined in this article will be used in lieu of the grievance process as it relates to the final evaluation and the evaluation ratings. And we also acknowledge that the performance management, or the management of performance deficiencies process, is potentially subject to the grievance process. And so we're trying to figure out how to separate those two things out. And so I just want you to understand our thinking behind why we put that language in there, back in there in a different way. So with notice of performance deficiencies, we're fine with job training. We're fine with there shall be sufficient time given to make improvements, recognizing that that sufficient time might be different based on what the performance deficiency is. It could be a month. It could be an entire year, depending on how often that particular performance is conducted by the employee. So knowing that we would like to separate out the management of performance deficiencies in the evaluation process, we've gone back through these steps of performance management and we removed evaluation documentation, or in an employee's evaluation, unsatisfactory evaluation rating, because we believe that performance management should happen separate from the evaluation process. And performance management also happens in between the evaluation process. Again, the evaluation is done once a year, it's final evaluation, and the improvement will happen within that, like in between those evaluation ratings. And so we're not sure that the evaluation document is the right spot for performance management. Let's see. So here's our sticking point. So the due process and just cause. Here's what we are trying to work through here. Every time an employee disagrees with an evaluation rating, like they got meets instead of exceeds, if we have to go through a fact finding and an entire process for that, we can, in the appeals process, we understand that that is in place already. We're not in disagreement with that. But the fact that like a full due process and fact finding type process, and all of the things that are afforded to due process, that could really inhibit our ability to evaluate employees using what we already have documented as justifiable information, actual account of their work, not just speculation, etc. And so that is our one sticking point in here, is we do not feel like this entire article encompasses due process and just cause, even though we don't disagree that the performance management section is grievable and is afforded due process and just cause, should that process not be followed appropriately. The other thing that I just thought of that has escaped me, I'm in a fog, I'm feeling terrible. Do you remember the other thing? You're like, I have no idea what direction you're going. Oh, it's that we, again, do not want performance management to be confused with corrective action, right? Performance management, we believe, is the opportunity to improve on practices, not the opportunity for us to discipline. Again, when continued performance deficiencies are present, certainly that could result in termination or demotion, which is essentially a corrective action, subject to the grievance process. But we're trying everything we can to separate corrective action and performance management. It's not misconduct when you're just trying to learn how to do your job better. Did I miss anything in the description of that?
Well, when we think about due process, I think you're trying to say the due process and just cause provisions of Article 10. And if we're trying to get out of Article 10 being corrective action for an evaluation or a performance document, maybe what we need to do and consider is what does that process maybe look like in Article 9 instead of Article 10. So do we think that an employee should be given the right to reply? Absolutely. That's part of their performance conversations, right? Part of their feedback process. But it shouldn't be in a fact-finding meeting. Fact-finding sounds very corrective. And so if we're trying to get that out of Article 10, we're trying to redefine it. It's not really punitive. So notice, absolutely, we still should be giving notice to our employees. Representation, we're not saying that our employees shouldn't be represented by you all, but maybe it just needs to read differently in both articles. Do you see what we're kind of saying? We can't say that due process should be followed from an article that we don't feel is punitive.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from with that.
Because if we pull up Article 10, I mean, it just really, we're not disagreeing with that they shouldn't be given those rights, right? What we're saying is that an evaluation or a performance process should not be corrective action and punitive.
I think something like our interest is, what if there is a administrator who really wants someone out of their building and puts them on a hip?
So I think Xander can clarify that.
So they can then go through this whole process without giving them just cause or due process. You can't, I mean, I think you're saying we can still potentially read that.
I mean, there has, the process itself, there has to be a reason you put someone on a pivot. There has to be a documented deficiency.
Sure.
We can't just say.
Can't be arbitrary and capricious about it.
There has to be a reason.
Yeah, exactly. You're right, that almost good. I was thinking it. Anna just said it. But you're right. I mean, that's why they still need to have those processes, right? They need to still be able to reply. They still need to have your representation. They still need to have that notice. I think it's just that fact-finding piece that's in the clause. Fact-finding sounds very punitive.
Unless the facts support it.
And lead to discipline.
Or not. Right. And at the same time, we could have somebody who, and I'm just thinking about some of the instances we've had. Let's say we have an employee who's meeting with their supervisor in this process of, determining whether or not they need to go on a performance improvement plan. It's happening weekly. They're having, these conversations. I think that is when those discussions are happening, right? They're not fact-finding. They're meetings where we're trying to improve on your work expectations and responsibilities, and we're giving those options for them to grow. I don't know. I'm just saying that in some cases, not all. We'll just leave it at that. I'm trying to gather my thoughts at the same time of talking, and I'm not clearly stating.
I hear where you're coming from. I think we're not as close on this one as we thought we were in the beginning, just because of this. Yeah. And it gives us more to think about as well. So I think we're happy to come back with some
So we're not saying like the PIP and those things aren't grievable. We're saying that those can be grieved.
And the evaluation process is subject to
Appeal.
and the management of performance is subject to grievance. So by putting the clause at the bottom, it subjects all of them to the same treatment when we think that a performance evaluation should be grieved if it's not there, and evaluation should is processed. And so, but that statement makes it sort of like, and so we were trying to separate performance and evaluation, and I think that was an interest you all had at the beginning of saying evaluation and performance. So we're just trying to separate them because they're treated differently. They just try to take performance out of the evaluation. And so then that's subject to an appeals process, and it's not, but it has a process to go through.
Okay, yeah, I mean, you proposed bringing performance into, I just want to say that. And I think Vicki has spoken to this a bit. Like, I don't recall any time I haven't been that long, but has this happened before?
I have had it happen once, yes.
I mean, I would have had it been part of JESPA.
So,
And maybe they don't go through the formal appeal process, but we do have employees who come forward who are, upset or, do not agree with their evaluation rating. And then we ask them to go back and talk to their supervisors.
And I know Vicki talked about that, the whole idea of the panel was it's going to be 2-2. So it just doesn't seem like an efficient waste of time. That's great.
I think one key piece with the language that we're still working through is that it removes the performance evaluation as a trigger for a PIP. So whereas in previous language it was a letter of direction or a not meeting standards evaluation could be the starting point for performance evaluation. I think that removing that again creates more separation between the two.
in what you just proposed.
Exactly. Yeah.
I just want to restate what I have here to make sure that I heard what you say. So we're saying, you're proposing that performance management is grievable, but the evaluation process is not. If there's a concern, it goes to the panel.
The final evaluation rating. So the evaluation process itself, like if that's not followed,
Can I give an example of that? So one thing we talked about is someone, the role, whoever it is, all year they get no feedback or any evaluation conversation with someone. And then at the end, they have a certain rating. So saying, well, I didn't know, there was no process followed with the evaluation process. Like having a formal observation or something within the first, and I don't know, I can't think of the language right now. I'm in the same brain fog, but that could be something that is grievable. Well, the employee didn't hear from you all year about any concerns, and now the final evaluation does not meet. That process is different than the employee got feedback in October, there was a conversation, and then January. You get what I'm saying, Darcy, from your nod?
The rating is appealed, but the process is grieved.
Yeah, the rating is appealed because appeal is, I think that's where we're kind of stuck, the definition. The rating is appealed because appeal means I do not agree with this decision. And then the process that was followed for the evaluation wasn't followed.
right? Like they weren't given their evaluation by the date that we identified. Like that's a process.
Yep.
Well, and getting at just cause. You know, and also you're saying
Yeah,
that
how
something
so?
at the end of the year wasn't evaluated or didn't have, like, or something like, it just didn't know what they were being evaluated on, didn't have any knowledge of it, and they just get this evaluation. You didn't, they didn't know, right? You're saying that they weren't aware.
Yeah, I
what
mean-
they were being evaluated on, and just got that.
Yeah, like, I think ultimately, by the final evaluation, the process, there shouldn't be this huge surprise because there's been a process that's been followed. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I think we're just trying to.
So, I'm gonna repeat what I'm hearing a little bit here. So, you're saying that the overall rating cannot be grieved, but the process to get to that rating can be grieved. How are they different?
So I would say that, I mean, one is the result of the other, right? So if you are following the process and you are giving someone feedback on their actual performance, right? You say, like, you are not meeting in this category, right? So the process informs the outcome. If the process is not followed, meaning their evaluation rating is not based on actual performance, they just say, well, your colleague told me that you actually don't really do your job while you're here, and so I'm just going to put you as does not meet. Like, that isn't a manager not following the process, and the outcome is does not meet. So I would say I would appeal that and say, like, I disagree with this. What is your evidence, right? You don't have any evidence, which previously in language we are okay with. Reasons for the unsatisfactory markings should be described in writing, right? And so with justification, right? You can't just say, well, your colleague said so, and so therefore it does not meet. And so I would appeal that final rating, which could then result in, oh, now I have found out the process wasn't followed. Potentially the process being grieved.
Okay. Yeah.
But a different example is, I want to be exceeds and you only put me as meets, and that's not fair. That we don't think is something that should be grieved, right? If we have followed the process, just because the employee doesn't like it, it hurts their feelings potentially. Like, I was exceeds last year and now I'm meets. Well, this year's different, and I don't know, this one thing happened and I really wanted you to work on this and you didn't really dedicate the time to it, or whatever it was. If the process was followed, like, we believe the appeal of that rating is the right approach. Brendan, please.
I think if that 9.7 would have read that anything in this article that leads to corrective action or jeopardizes an employee's continued employment, it is subject to due process and grievance. I think if it would have said that piece of it, I think we would have agreed. I think the part
So
that.
with that, sorry.
What's that? What's that?
Darcy said we should have countered.
We ran
just
out of time. But to that point is that the appeal process should be reserved for the evaluation. I think that everything else that we've said, it's just, it impacts, it's going to have corrective action or employment, then it absolutely should be just cause or grievance. Outside of that, the evaluation process doesn't do that, right? And that evaluation still doesn't jeopardize an employee's employment. But if it ever did, it would still be subject to just cause. So
We'll take that into consideration.
New rule: we cannot speak when we are sick because the thinking is a little bit jumbled. All right, any other thoughts, questions, comments about our current articles, or can we move to whatever comes next.
Let's move on, yeah.
Okay, agenda setting for March 25th. I think Jen was working on putting in the link. Maybe I just did not refreshing. I do not see it. Am I crazy?
Are you in the share?
I am on the agenda for March 11th where you usually put a link.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. Okay, now I'm going to where you say. I didn't have that margin. It's okay. So March 25th is our next convening. I'll put this on the screen. So we have welcome and introductions, Jeffco counter proposals to Articles X, Y, and Z, caucus, JESPA counter proposals, caucus, and then agenda setting, and joint communication. So, do you have in mind which articles you'd like to bring back?
Yes, we will do the recognition and bargaining unit work.
Okay.
As well as our proposed safety article to X, as well as Article 14, professional learning, and 16, food service. So it's an 8 hour, so.
Oh, it's a full day session. Oh, gosh.
Oh, not
The first.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, the first is an 8 hour session.
Sorry,
That's okay.
squirrel. I was wrong. I was wrong. Not the first time today. Not a great 2 minutes.
Understandable. He's still gonna do all of it.
Yeah.
Okay, so oh, you were typing those in joint communication? I heard her typing and I was seeing nothing on the screen.
So what were your counter proposals, sorry?
Recognition bargaining unit work.
Just type them, okay.
Our safety article to X. Article 14. Article 16.
All right, so we will do our best to finish the staffing article. And then, let's see, we just repurposed 9 and 10. And what was the third article you brought today? 15. 15? Yeah. I don't think 15 is going to work until we can get to 6.
And 6 holds up a lot.
6 does hold up a
We
lot.
have single notes in here too.
Okay. You have 4 now. Just trying to figure out where we are. I know, I'm sorry. Jen, do you have any brilliant ideas of where we are? Just
Not what they're bringing. I know what we're bringing.
All right, I'm trying to figure out who has what beyond this. 12. You have 12? We must have 13.
You have 13.
Do 13.
13? Beautiful. Mike says, you bring 13. Staffing in 13, and then if I think of another article, I will send it your way. 4. Oh, I thought you had 4. I think we just presented 4 today.
Sorry.
All right, so we will definitely bring those 2. And then, of course, if you get to 9 and 10, we can, bring those back and forth that evening or afternoon or day or whatever time it is as well. Around 2 tabs open. Okay, so here's where we're at. All right, and then on joint communication, we did not meet from 4 to 8. We met from 8 to noon.
30.
Can I just speak to that real quick? I just got a message saying that it was still advertised as 4 to 8 on the website.
Today?
Yeah, so.
Oh, shoot. Thank you.
Just,
We don't have people show up?
well, I'm just,
Yeah. Okay.
Some people might look at that and wonder.
All right, I will double check the rest of them. Let's see, I think Jen has updated this. So counter proposals for Articles 9, 10, and 15 were shared by JESPA. Jeffco shared counter proposal language for articles for the, that's not funny, for the newly proposed bargaining recognition 2 and 4 after a short caucus, which turned out to be a long caucus. Jeffco brought back counter proposals to 9 and 10. The team set the agenda for the 25th, just scheduled from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. So this one is an extra hour at the Ed Center in the boardroom. And Jen will type in the articles we just agreed to bringing back at a minimum. Any other adjustments to joint communication? Sorry, that's so tiny. All right. If nothing else, we can go ahead and
Question.
answer a question.
Just, in general, people have also commented that the YouTube has advertisements.
Yeah.
Is there,
I don't know how to make that not happen. I can ask our communications department. I just don't know how to make it stop.
Yes, very distracting.
Like in between, so like commercial breaks.
great. Somebody's talking and
monetized.
Right? I can ask if there's anything a workaround, but
I just don't know what or how, so just wanted to bring that up.
okay. Yeah, unfortunately, I have a feeling it happened in board meetings too. I don't know for sure. Like when you're watching it back.
It does, but it's kind of like, oh, yay, making money on YouTube. It's just uncomfortable, yeah.
I get it. It's especially when they're weird or inappropriate. Like those pop up every once in a while. I don't know if while they're watching this kind of content, but yeah, I will ask what we're doing about that. Well, you know.
Sandra, just in the interest of avoiding future miscommunication, where were they looking at the schedule? I just pulled it up. It says March 11th, 8 to 12:30.
I can ask, I just got a text message from somebody, so I
just wonder if there's information elsewhere that's incorrect.
just says that, they said that the schedule on the district website, so.
Okay.
I'll follow up.
Yeah, see what.
All right. I will send you a message